Based on what we saw this morning, it's going to take a whole heap out of her to get into that final. I do hope she gets into the final, but getting into the final, based on what we saw, I don't think she's doing enough at this point to get on the podium based on what we saw. But, who to tell? But what we saw this morning is not that rocket that we are used to. I don't know, it's just the pressure of the occasion. You might say, boy, she's not nervous because she has been there, but we know pressure tells sometimes because it's all about her right now. So she has that extra burden to carry. But let's hope and wish her all the best. But what we saw, normally at 40, at 30, she would be up front. We didn't see that this morning. At 40 meters, she was probably about fourth or thereabouts. Normally, she would be up front. But at least she ran on and got into the semi-final, which we are looking at. But when you look at the Jeffersons and you look at the Alfreds, wow, they're in a different class right now. And I like a bird stopped on my shoulder and said, Clayton, she's gonna PR at these games, and I think she might just steal that little bronze medal somewhere along the line. That's what we're looking at, basically. But Shelly again, she's who she is, but you have to call a spade, and what I saw, it's going to be hard for her to get into that final.
Let's talk about Shericka Jackson, Tina Clayton, as you just mentioned. You just touched on her a while ago. What did you make of her performances, Juliet? I mean, Tina looked really comfortable for 11:01.
Yeah.
The talk this year is that she and her sister, in fact, I hear that her sister is actually doing a lot better than she has. But unfortunately, Tia didn't make the team as an individual because she, got hurt at the national championships. But when you look at what Tina did this morning, the comfort and the ease at which she cruised to 11:01. What did you make of the performance? I want to hear from you too, Coach Clark, but I just want to start with Juliet on that. Man.
Yeah, I think she definitely cruised the 11:01. She looked comfortable. She doesn't look nervous at all. She doesn't have anything to lose. And I think when the pressure is not on you, it helps when it comes to the sprints, because all the pressure right now, everybody's focus is really on the two world's best, as we saw this morning, really running Melissa and also Julian Alfred. Everybody's looking at them and everybody's wondering who's going to get the bronze medal. Is it going to be Shericka Jackson or is it going to be, Tina? And I think it's going to be... Let me just say that Shericka also looked pretty smooth this morning and very easy. She came out of the blocks and was able to just cruise. Of course, we saw where, Richardson came in and closed on her right at the finish line. But I think Tina looked really comfortable, very relaxed and confident in going much, much faster.
All right, so let's hear. Wayne Walker caught up with Tina after her race, and this is pretty much what she had to say in terms of her performance.
Your first major global senior championship. How was it? How did you feel out there today?
It was good. Came out here to execute and just qualify, go through the rounds by rounds. So yeah.
What's the plan? You must have a plan. What's the plan?
To take it rounds by rounds.
As simple as that.
Yes.
Yeah. How did it feel out there though today?
It was raining, so it was a little,
Yeah.
So, but we get over it and we did what we need to do to qualify. And
yeah. We're sheltered in the main media area, so we didn't even know there was a drizzle. Because when we went out, there was a drizzle, so it came just before your thing. The planning out for the semi-final. What are you going to be doing between now and the semi-finals? Because you have two races to run tomorrow, the semi and the final.
Well, to just refocus, get things that need to be done to get in order to run the semi-finals. So it's just to go back in that mindset and ready for the semi-finals.
I know you run against these ladies on the circuit, so it's nothing new, but it's a championship. Does it feel different?
Yes.
I would say yes, no, but I think it's the same. And you can say yes, it's the same, but and you can say no, it's not the same. Because now everybody is at their peak level. So, yeah.
The last question before you go, you were disappointed that your sister didn't make it at the national championship. We spoke to you at Kingston's National Stadium. She's not running in the individual event, but she's here with you in the camp. Does that make you feel much better?
Yeah, very, very much better. She's like a motivation, as everybody knows. She's not just a sister. She's like my training partner, my motivator. So with she here with me, it gives me a more drive and it gives me a little more push. And so, yeah.
I want to say thanks to you. I appreciate this happening because you could have gone. Thanks, yeah?
Okay, talking to Tina Clayton after her 11-0-1 comfortable win in her heat. Of course, Wayne joins us online along with William Mitchell. Wayne, okay, Wayne is gone. Is William there? Okay, William, what did you make of the performances this morning, especially for the Jamaicans who, as far as we could see, I mean, Shericka Jackson has looked significantly improved upon the last time we saw her run 100 at the national championships in 10.88. This morning, cruising to 11.04. Literally looking like she stopped trying at about 50 or 60 this morning. What were your impressions?
I'm sorry, that's me or Wayne? William. Hi, good morning, to the panel, good morning to our listeners and viewers. I was pleasantly surprised by Shericka this morning. I didn't necessarily know what to expect because we just haven't seen much of her in so long, but she looked like she could comfortably run in the 1080s or 10.7. She looked like she was comfortable enough to put herself in the conversation for the podium when the finals comes. She cruised, she looked easy, and she shut it down. As soon as she got into the dry phase, she shut it down and just cruised to the end. And I was pleasantly surprised and impressed by how she handled the race.
Mm-hmm. Coach Carl, let's get back to you now. You're the coach, you're the man with the keen eye. Mm-hmm. This is perhaps the best we've seen Shericka all year.
Yeah, she looks sharp. And again, what impressed me with Tia and Shericka is that the first 40 meters, they were out like a bullet. And in 100, that first 40 is very, very, very important. And they covered that part, so they had to catch her. Now, both of them, I think, shut it down at about 70, 75, literally. So with Richardson running on to beat Shericka, she was way ahead is when she shut it down and cruising. That's when Richardson came on. But again, I was very impressed with the first 40 and the transition from the dry phase into the maximum acceleration there. That was good and did enough to move on. So they're looking good.
So as of this moment, though, I mean, I know a lot of people, including myself included, had not factored Shericka in for a medal in the women's 100. I actually picked Tina Clayton to come third. Based on what you've seen this morning, I want to weigh in on this as well, Juliet. Is she now
a factor?
A factor, yeah.
I don't think so. Still, I think Tia is the one who is going to. If there's a third place, it would be Tia.
Juliet?
I mean, again, she's always going to be a factor. Once she's in that final, she will be a factor. They're all a factor as far as Tia is concerned and Shericka. I think both looked really good this morning. To me, personally, I believe Shericka looked better than Tina. In her 100 meter and how she executed the race. Now, I think I'll be able to say a little bit more once we see the semifinals, because the semifinals, you won't be able to get out and then
cruise.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
You're going to have to execute right through running that race, and it depending on who is in the race. Because when you look at all the first round, there are quite a number of persons, Talou and Doso, A lot of them ran between 11:0 and 11:1, and so with that, people are going to be fighting for that spot to get into the finals. So they won't have the luxury to really shut it down. And I think that is when the true test, where we will see the true test of who the possibilities are as far as who maybe this person will get the bronze. But for now, I'm putting both Tina and Sharika to say both of them, either of them can get the bronze medal.
All right. Wayne is joining us again. We lost you for a little bit here, Wayne. Of course, Wayne, you were within the cauldron, so to speak. Talk to me about what you saw. Remember, we had that conversation last night about Shericka Jackson. Have you now changed your tune based on how good she looked this morning?
No, not really. No, it's the worst place to judge what an athlete might do or judge intent. The important thing, Tina Clayton said it a while ago, is just to get into the next round. The deeper they get, the more serious it becomes. And I prefer not to say who look good or look not good. I was just talking to Shakira Richardson a while ago, and she said, focus, I'm getting there. The point is, get there. When they had semifinals, when they had quarterfinals, you start to look at then the semis. I'm waiting on tomorrow evening to see what's serious, because that's where the money start to take shape. But for what it's worth, I like what I saw from Shericka. Yes, it hasn't changed what I thought, but I like what I saw from her today. I particularly like Tina as well. She ran within herself, and I don't know if the interview was played, but she said, getting on the circuit to run against these ladies helped, because, when she landed up beside them, it's no longer, wow, who is this? But you say yes and no to that question. So it's sort of interesting. I did ask her about the fact that she's running her first global senior championship. So, how did it feel? She said it felt a little different. She stepped out there and knew that she was in the big game now, the Diamond Leagues and so on. This is a big one. So no, it doesn't really change what I thought. Let's see what they did tomorrow night. And again, another important thing is the lane draws of the semis. I want to see that as well. That is going to be very, very, very interesting.
Yeah. A question was raised. Somebody raised a point to me about the New Zealand runner, 11:07. I'm trying to remember where she's again. 11:08 was a national record.
New Zealand or Australia?
It's Australian, right? Yeah. And that that time of 11:08 is actually slower than the time that was Sabrina Ducker won at Champs with this year. It just tells you where Jamaica is in terms of the quality of sprinters. Other than, of course, the Jamaicans, the big guns, the favorites, Melissa Jefferson Wooden and Julian Alfred, how impressive were they this morning? Well, this evening, your time, certainly. And what was the reaction inside the facility of those respective performances?
Yeah, if I could just comment quickly on the Australian. I was wondering what was the fuss about when she came inside here, because the Australian media ran down on her. And I thought, this is not goat. And so I was wondering what was happening. And then now you're telling me what happened, because I really didn't know. I wasn't paying much attention. I wanted to get to the Jamaican ladies. And so now I understand why they were going the way they were going, And yeah, we spoke about it. Look at, what's his name, Brian Lavelle.
Yeah.
He's a 9'8" person. Which other country in the world will have a 9'8" person? And how was it, Akile? Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to get the attention of Akile Smith. She looks, disappointed. Asked her how was it, and she said it wasn't good. Did she get to the final, Andre?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Right. Okay. So she didn't want to talk. Yeah. Fine. So I was wondering what was happening with the Australian, and I'm
Tori
saying, wow,
Lewis we're talking about, by the way, just in case. Yeah.
Right, but Brian Lavelle, which other country in the world has a 9'8" man who doesn't have a lane at the World Championship? So if you really want to stretch it to see what kind of quality that we have and how spoiled we've become, well, look at what they're doing over an 11:08 runner who would not win a Champs, who went on to break a national senior record. Look what they're doing. They probably put up a statue for her in her village or where she's from in Australia. And it just goes to show the depth of quality that we have. It was like 2 years ago we were saying male sprinting in Jamaica is dead. Now we have a 9'8" man who can't get a lane.
Yep.
You know,
It's
and we
crazy.
need to appreciate what these people do. I need to appreciate the kind of work that they put out, and we need to appreciate the sort of respect that people have for them.
Yeah, man, preach, my friend. Like, because it's
But we have
something
to-
I've been
we-
saying for a long time. We've been spoiled a lot, especially
But we
in
have
the
to
last
remember
20
though,
years.
when did he do the 9-8?
It was after trials, but
Right. So that's why he doesn't have a lane.
had he run that
Well,
time,
yeah.
had he run that time at trials, he'd be the second fastest. Well, he's the second fastest Jamaican in the world this year. But the reality is, you know, Tori Lewis 11:08, the national record. She was third in Heat 3 behind Shakira Richardson 11:03, a season's best, and Sherika Jackson 11:04, and she advances to the semi-final round as well. Wayne, so but going back to the initial point, Wayne, the performances of the medal favorites, the gold medal favorites, Melissa Jefferson Wooden and, of course, Julian Alfred. Well, how did the crowd respond to those respective performances?
Melissa is probably the one athlete in this championship that people want to see, and she's undefeated this year, and not just undefeated. She's been winning with style, and she's a bit of a personality. And had she stopped inside here to talk to me, one of the questions I wanted to ask her, if Jamaica brought her good luck, because this streak started in Jamaica at Grand Slam track. And we remember she celebrated famously in front of the grandstand, whatever number of people were in there. And it started it started a massive trail of just outstanding performances after outstanding performances. You know, crescendoed with 10-6, and I do really expect her to dip below 9-6 tomorrow night. I really think
Not
she's
9,
you know,
10-6,
I'm
not
sure
9.
9-6,
10-6,
brother,
yeah,
she
sorry,
would be
yeah.
9-6, and we would test her.
Yeah, please, and don't correct me. She's so good at dusting everything. But the point is, she's been an absolute star. The Olympic champion came inside here, and there was no buzz about her. But Melissa came in, everybody wanted a piece of her. Everybody. Shakira came a while ago, and I said to Shakira, can you talk to me? No, I can't. And she just went through. Everybody wanted a piece of Melissa. And it just goes to show the sort of impact that she has had on global. The 100 meters remain the event, you know. Yes, you're going to have people doing well in other events, and they're going to set the world alight. Mundo Duplantis, Wanyoni, there's Keely Hodgkinson, there's Faith Kipyegon, you name them. They're going to have outstanding performances, and even world record performances.
Even the
Because
400 meters.
But the 100 meters, it's like a party without girls if you don't have 100 meters at the Gold Belt Championship. and so when Melissa stepped in here, everybody wanted a piece of her. And I can't wait to see what the stadium is going to look like tomorrow night. In fact, I can't wait to see what the train stations are going to look like tomorrow night. It's going to look like something when we were in Berlin in 2009. Every time Usain is running, you just judge the crowd that you see at the train station and the traffic, in the evening traffic, rush hour traffic in Germany in 2009. They had to hide him when they took him out of the village to take him to the stadium. Literally put a towel over his head so nobody could know that it was him.
That would have been the giveaway,
is a
though,
star
the
here.
towel over the head.
Go again?
I said that would have been the giveaway, the towel over the head. That must be him.
Right, so if 30 people rushed him with the towel, 100 would have rushed him. So yes, they still keep off 70. But yeah, Melissa, I just can't see her losing.
Yeah.
I think Juju's going to run her close, though. I really do think Juju's going to run her close. Juju didn't run for 5 weeks and came back and did 10:75. Who does that?
Yeah.
And it tells you the kind of form that's impressive enough. 10:75 could have won a number of Olympic games. This girl didn't run for 5 weeks. And the first time she ran after that for 5 weeks, she did 10:75.
I had to
So she's really gonna push her.
and had to literally break to run 10:93 this morning, trying to shut
Yeah,
herself
bro.
down. Significant performance from her as well.
She's my favorite.
She's my favorite too.
She's my favorite. Yes, Melissa's been doing well, but
Yeah,
I
but-
think Juju's going to break her.
I think, look,
Yeah.
Want to bet.
it's easy to assume that Melissa Jefferson is going to win this 100 because she's been consistently fast. She's run 10-6s more than anybody else this season. But I don't know. When I look at Julian Alfred this morning, Wayne, I saw explosiveness out of the blocks. I saw athlete literally trying to stop and running 10:93.
She's phenomenal.
It's gonna be a hell of a race. It's really
It's
gonna be a hell
going
of
to
a
be
race.
good.
Yeah. When Melissa beat Juju this year, she really ran her close. What I took from it was that Melissa ran her down, And I'm a big fan of people running people down. It does something to the mentals.
Oh, yeah.
It's
You
the
know?
other way around. Remember, Melissa got away from her.
It
Julian,
was Melissa who got away, and
yeah,
Juju
and
came
Julian
close to
closed her at 60, but she couldn't. She ran out
Yeah.
of real estate.
Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be something else. It's really gonna be something else. It's gonna be, I suppose it's gonna remind us of Carmelita Jetta against the Jamaican ladies.
Yeah.
You know, Sharon, Karen, and Veronica and Shelley and Fraser Price. The only difference is that it's still gonna be a Caribbean athlete against the American, but it's not a Jamaican. Well, I don't know. She went to St. Catherine. I hope.
We'll take that.
I know a lot of Jamaicans love to claim her.
We'll
I mean,
take it.
Yeah, I'm taking what I can take
We'll,
from
we'll
it.
take the Caribbean. We'll take the Caribbeanness.
Yes, man, but you know, and she famously praised Jamaica when she won the Olympic gold to say Jamaica was a massive part of who she's become.
Yep.
So yeah, you know,
Look, when
that.
we
You know,
can't win, we'll give...
something happened. Something happened in the village. Something happened in the village. So I won't call the name of the athlete, but she took Juju into the village, and let me not tell that story. I'll tell you.
No, you can't start.
Wait. No.
You can't start.
You can't start and then stop.
Yeah, no, man. I'm gonna let the final get out to do.
Now you have us thinking. You have everybody
Yeah,
thinking now. What could it be?
Yep.
You know, you're gonna have to call me off here. I don't want to wait until after the finals.
People nearly get boxed down, man.
I'm gonna take your microphone.
Anyway, William, let me bring you in here. You know, looking on, who was the more impressive of the two, Melissa Jefferson or Julian Alfred this morning?
You know, unfortunately, the first race, the first of the heats I saw was the Jackson heat.
Okay.
So I saw the times and I was impressed by the time, but I haven't actually seen the races yet.
Okay. Well, yeah, Wayne. So what's I mean, of course, the men 100-meter heats come up shortly, Wayne. Have you gotten any feel of how our men are doing?
No, I haven't gotten a feel of how your men are doing. I mean, I mean,
You're on a roll this
as I said,
morning.
People are expecting good things from Shane and Oblique in particular, and there are those who are, you know, just hoping that, you know, the youngster from Hanover will keep them company. And you have those amongst us, the sentimentalists amongst us who believe, I don't think they really believe, but they'd love to have a sweep of the podium. That has never happened in the 100 meters of Jamaica in the men. We had it in the women. And you have people here who believe that once you can get rid of Noah Lyles, the three Jamaicans will take the three podium places. Does that make sense given what we've seen from them? If you can take Noah Lyles out of the picture, do you think? Say, for instance, Noah wasn't around. Do you think Jamaica could have swept the medal?
No, because
No.
you have Kenny Begner and you have Simbine and you have...
Yeah.
I think for that to happen, I believe you would need to have had another 9-7 sprinter in the dynamic. And right now, that's not the case. I mean, no disrespect to Akeem Blake, who I think has been running well and ran a new personal best this season of 988. But I think he needs to shave a few fractions off for him to be among those. If there was a thinking that Jamaica could sweep the medals in the men's 100 meters sprint,
It's just that before Bolt, the majors failed to spark with times, and so before Bolt has spoiled us into believing that the times that we see them run coming in, we might see it again. We don't normally see it, except for Don Bailey when he broke the world record in winning, and I think Linford ran fast.
Yeah.
And well, you know what happened to Ben. But generally, the hype transcend the finals, and you don't get fast times, which would favor and suit an Akeem Blake, which means that he wouldn't necessarily have run out of his skin. Just run what he normally runs, and chances are he would get on the podium. But it's the people are just hoping again, so that we'll get one. Well, I'm sure we're gonna get a medal. 2 would be good, and 3 would be great.
Yeah,
but yeah.
maybe, who knows, maybe this is a breakout year for Akeem. Breakout in the sense that, of course, she's a world indoor bronze medalist in the 60-meter dash. But having run 9.8 consistently, you would think that this probably could be a moment for him to break through as well. So you never can tell. But I think, as I said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So I guess we'll see that later on this morning, whether or not.
And a lot has to do with how you handle them. Sport is about moment, as you all know. It comes down to how you handle the moment. Famously in London, Tyson Gay was placed between Asafa and Usain. So Usain was drawn in 4, Tyson 5, and Asafa in 6.
Yep.
I'll never forget it. And I sat down in the London Stadium, and when the picture came up, it was very telling. It was so uncomfortable. Look at who he was sandwiched between, Usain and Asafa. That Tyson wanted the ground to open, and we're talking about a 9-7 man now. Eventually he ran 9.69, and he looked so uncomfortable. It's how you handle that moment. Justin was right there as well. And you know what he did? He did not come to his line before he was forced to come there. He stayed away from them. Mm-hmm. It's about moments. It's about how you handle that pressure on that night. I remember talking to Atterbold then when I was working with IWF Radio when Bolt and Justin clashed in Beijing, and we had about 30 minutes to fill. And I called in Atto and I said, Atto, what's going to happen tonight? And he said, I think Justin is going to win, because Atto has this thing about him where I don't know if he thinks he's an American, but he normally stands the American. And he said to me, I think Justin is going to win tonight. And I say, are you saying that because Justin is your friend, or because you want the Bolt streak to be broken because you get tired of seeing Bolt winning? And he said, no, he thinks Justin is going to win. And I said, Justin is going to have a problem. Justin doesn't shift in races. When he's one track, and if you run on him, he's going to panic. And so said, so done. And he said, Wayne, he's going to shift at least twice tonight. And he didn't shift once. In fact, he almost fell over when Bolt ran alongside him.
Yeah, he admitted that
all season long. Yeah, all season long he was running on challenge.
9.7,
Yeah, he wasn't used to people coming alongside him. And the first time that challenge was set about the moment, it's how you handle it. And that's all you have to take into consideration. The preparation is out of the way. You can do nothing about it after that. It's how you handle that moment.
Yeah, it was crazy though, because I remember how when I spoke to Justin about that very moment, he said, I mean, if you look back at it, the time that he ran in the semis, had he run that in the final, he would have won comfortably. But he said he felt Bolt on his shoulder, and then he pretty much said he panicked. He stepped out at the moment and started to reach for the line.
In the same 2012 Olympic Games, you're seeing just before the start of the 200 meters, he knew where the challenge was. He knew where, that, what's his name? Johan was in lane 4, he was in 5. Warren was up in lane 7, I think it was. And what you're saying before the start of the race, he went up to Warren, and he said to him, I said, Warren, you're going to feel me fly past you. Do not come after me.
Yep.
He said, that's what he said to him. You go back and look at the video. He went up to his ears and he said, listen, you're going to feel me fly past you like a breeze. Do not chase me. Run your own race, because I want to concentrate on the person to my left. I don't want him to get to the corner before me, and that is why I'm going to fly past you on the curb. Do not challenge me. So it's
that's a good teammate.
Yeah, it's what you put in the moment. And Usain was close to Warren, because every time I went over to the village in 2012, Warren was in Usain's room, and the rooms were close. I think Usain was in 21-2 and Warren was in 21-3. So they were very close. Outside of the rooms being close, they were close, very close together. And that is why Usain went up. And he also didn't want to talk to Johan in that moment. Is the enemy now? Yes, you're running for the same country, but this is a man who beat you in the stadium and put his fingers over his head. It was personal. It was personal for Usain. In fact, after that 100 meters final, Johan went up the step and he was talking to ESPN. Usain was talking last because he was with HBO. Johan went up and ESPN said to him, what happened? And he said, well, he got me here, but it's not going to happen in the 200 meters.
Yeah.
Johan said that to ESPN and left and went further up. When Usain got to ESPN, the first thing the ESPN journalist said to him, he said, Usain, we just spoke with Johan. And he said, you got him here, but you're not going to get him in the 200. And you know what Usain did? Usain walked, he didn't answer the question. He walked up the step and went up to him and stopped him. And said, what did you just say? He asked him that in the stadium, and then he turned back to answer the guy's question. The next day, I went into Usain's room, and I said, Usain, I told him the night before, I said, in Beijing, when he won the 100, I went to look for him the very next day. And I said, so what we did in Beijing, we're going to do the same in London. If you win it, I'm going to come to you the next day. He kept his promise, and he sent the security for me. And he was relating it, and he said, Wayne, let me tell you something. This is personal. And so when he went out there and came across the line and did like this and put his hand over his mouth, it was what Johan did to him.
At the
And
championship,
again, they all come back to how you handle moments. You see, in flew past Steve Mullins in 2009 in Berlin, and
Yeah.
Steve chose to run him down and blow up,
And blew up because he was in middle position when ball passed him.
which is why Bolt told Warren not to do the same thing.
So it's crazy though.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's interesting what we saw this morning, and it certainly sets up for a wonderful set of semifinals tomorrow for the women, and of course, it kind of whets the appetite for the men's 100 meters. That comes up in about 18 minutes' time, 6:35 a.m. with Oblique Seville in the opening heat, which on paper looks like a relatively easy heat for him because Romeo Glave of Great Britain and
Yeah, it should be.
Leo Taylor of South Africa. Of course, Walaza not there because of an injury. And of course, Ajayi of South Africa are well, we can't forget G, but G hasn't been particularly great this season. So we expect Oblique Seville to easily qualify from this heat. Kishane Thompson runs in heat number 2. And again, on paper, certainly another relatively easy heat for the Jamaican Benitez of Puerto Rico and Longa of Colombia being on paper certainly the biggest threats. In heat number 3, Akeem Blake goes up against Terence Jones of the Bahamas, a good little sprinter, and Noah Lyles, of course, the Olympic champion, and that is promises to be
And the
quite
world champion.
Olympic and world champion. Forgive me. Let me make sure I mention that. Of course, Kenny Bednarek, who's one of the medal contenders here, runs in heat number 4, and he goes up against Jerome Blake of Canada and Jeremiah Azu of Great Britain, and those
And of course, Kung Fu and Noah Lyles are not.
not the best of friends.
There you go. So there's another subplot to that one as well. It should be a stellar event. I really am looking forward to it. And as I say, I'm gonna wait to call it. I mean, the smart money would be on Kishane. He's faster than all of them, and because of that, you think the smart money is on him. But I don't know. I really can't call it.
Let me ask you something. The University
Yes.
of Tennessee has an athlete called Tamaris McCallum who ran 983 at the U.S. trials. Given what we've seen impact some of the collegiate athletes at this meet so far, most notably Dejana Oakley, Achilles Smith is first year, but certainly Oakley. What do you think? You think he can pull something off similar? He's in a heat with Daniel Hughes, who's run 991 so far this year. Do you see Tamaris McCallum as being a potential threat for a medal for the Americans, or do you see him as someone who will make a final perhaps, but then not be a factor?
Sir, the American the American NCAA sprinters and top athletes really do well when they made a step up. Richard Thompson from Trinidad, he got a silver straight out of college. He literally walked out of the university and went to Beijing and won a silver after doing 38 races that season. And if it wasn't King Bolt, he would have been gold medal winner out of college. Christian made a statement when he came out. Shakiri, she fell off a little, but it's not sustained. It's a different league up there. You're gonna have the odd ones that do it, but it's not an easy thing to do. And this year, with the World Championship so late, Stephen Francis famously commented on it. What will it do to these NCAA athletes who normally leave university, take a week off, go to the US trials, and then go straight to the Worlds or the Olympics, so they're still in this sort of form? This time they had a couple of weeks off. What will the break do? Do their young minds quickly adjust and adapt to having to now mix it up with the big guys? Will they feel intimidated when they look beside them? They don't see their classmates or so on. They're saying Noah, they're seeing Kishane, they're seeing Usain, and they're seeing Oblique. And you wonder the dynamic of this sport called track and field, and sprinting in particular, where you just have to run in a straight line. There's no room for mistake or anything. You're starting out to wonder, what will it do to their minds having had that long break from NCAAs and have to get their thing back again to do it, for 4 or 5 weeks later at the World Championship. I do believe that I'm not expecting him to get into the final, actually.
Well, Wouldn't be surprised, really. But let me just get their listeners up to speed on the long jump for women. Akeelia Smith, you just mentioned her a few moments ago, where she wasn't willing to talk. She finished 13th in her group with a best jump of 6 meters 34. Tyra Gittins from Trinidad and Tobago 6:05. Tyra jumped 6:74 this year, so it's a relative poor performance from both Caribbean athletes.
As you, 1 minute.
Yeah, sorry.
The number 13 is a significant number here, because here Adele Tracy finished 13th in her heat in the 1500 meters. She ran 4:11.27.
Yeah.
And just look at it. The winner from Ethiopia, Halo, she ran 4:01.23.
So she's 10 seconds off.
You understand?
Yeah.
So you
Adele
know,
hasn't looked particularly good all year. I know she was coming off an injury and she was a bit behind in terms of her preparation this season. But based on what I've seen from her and the conversations that I've had with her, a couple of times this season, including at the national championships, is that she was hoping to run herself into some kind of form, and it has not happened. So I'm sure she would be disappointed as well.
It was an underwhelming performance from Akeelia. I expected her at the very least to get into the final.
Yep.
And she missed it by one spot. Was she 13th, right?
Yeah.
So she didn't get into the top 12. It's underwhelming. The good thing about her is that she has another event.
The triple jump.
And I think when she did both at the championships, it was an insurance, I think. And she made the right decision to do that. I mean, looking back now. But Adele is right here, and we might get a chat with her shortly. So I'm sort of, in between the studio and having a chat with her. Let's see if I could get in on her. She's talking to another media host. But I really feel badly for Akeelia Smith, because I really expected her to do a little bit better. But such is life. It's sports.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate things. Sometimes I think the transition from amateur to professional can be challenging sometimes.
Yep.
Because as I mentioned before, when she said to me that some of the things that they were working on were sort of finer details of the long jump. It's a very technical event. And sometimes it takes you a while, because what she said to me was that in college it was about getting points. So you prepare for those meets and you jump far. But when you're a pro, the dynamic is different.
much different.
And so they're working on maybe some strength work, maybe some speed work, maybe some mechanics. And all of that is very difficult for you to grasp in one season. So maybe that's what we're looking at for Akeelia Smith. Because you don't jump 7:08 on 6'9" and 6'8" and then come to a major championship and 6:34.
Yeah,
it's. I'm sure she'll be very, very disappointed about not being able to at least match her season's best of 6'72".
And sometimes trying too hard is just as bad as not trying at all.
Yep, absolutely. So there are challenges in that regard as well.
Definitely.
I mean, coming up in just about 10 minutes' time are the heats of the men's 100 meters. I want to just bring our listeners up to speed and give them a sense of what's coming up next. The 1500 meters are on track right now. As you heard, Adele Tracy did not do particularly well in her heat. Faith Kipyegon just won her heat a while ago comfortably as well. The three-time Olympic champion, world record holder.
One to beat.
She's clearly the one to beat. And
as she walks off, people are lying on the ground.
Yeah.
People are bent
On their
over and
knees.
breathing hard and lying on the
look
ground,
at
and
that.
Faith is just giving interviews.
Yeah, okay, a little warm-up session here. No, she's phenomenal.
She's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Awesome.
She's
Yeah,
phenomenal. Every time I watch her compete, I get goosebumps, and that doesn't often very happen.
Happen
Very
very
often.
often.
Very often.
Yeah.
They're getting dyslexic right now. But the reality is that
That's what she does to people.
Yeah.
Eh?
Faith is
Give it
phenomenal. But
dyslexia.
Faith is remarkable. I mean,
What she did last year was just phenomenal.
yeah, I mean, she breaks world records for breakfast. It's her ability to maintain a high standard out of two very difficult events, the 1,500 meters, and then she sometimes steps down and runs the 800 meters, and then she runs the 3,000 meters.
Yeah.
You know, she is. I don't know. There are no
And a
adjectives.
mother. A mother.
Yep. And then of course she says that Shelly and Fraser Price has been one of her biggest inspirations as well, especially when Shelly had Zion and came back to win world titles. She said that was a major inspiration for her as well. So you have to give credit where it's due. Faith Kipyegon is the GOAT of the women's 1,500
Yeah,
meters.
man.
You know, there is no doubt.
And that is why I thought she should have been the person to win that world title.
That's it. I mean, Laureus Award.
Laureus Award.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah. I really thought she deserved it more than anyone else.
Yeah,
But then I think
yeah,
everything
yeah.
is skewed towards sprinting.
Okay. Wayne is having a conversation with Adele. Tracy, let's
Okay.
let's join in that conversation.
Taking any selfies?
It's a video.
Wayne,
Yeah, it's
you're
a
on.
video. Yeah, I'm here with her. Adele, not the start of the championship you really wanted. You must feel disappointed with your performance here tonight.
Yeah, yeah, that's obviously not a reflection of the shape that I'm in. I was just saying I've had quite a stressful 48 hours after a bit of an incident at the airport, and yeah, I actually didn't know if I'd be racing today, so I'm pretty proud that I got on the start line.
Okay, yeah. What's next for you?
I am going to hopefully be racing the 800. I need to see what the condition of my foot is looking like, and just get the medical team to sign me off almost. But yeah, I'd really like to be able to go out again next week and kind of show what shape I'm in.
Which means you're not fully over the injury.
I had a suitcase fall on my foot at the airport on Wednesday, and with these things, the inflammatory is kind of like a 48-hour process. I'm just off the back of that, and it's been a bit touch and go the last day or so. So yeah, to get on the start line today was going to be kind of yes or no, and I just wanted to give it a go.
Rest up, and I hope they sign off on you.
Okay, thank you.
Adele Tracy there, of course, very emotional. Wayne, you can sense that she was trying to hold back the tears there. These things, sometimes you wonder how these things happen. A suitcase falling on your foot, it might sound like something light, but if a 200, 100-pound suitcase falls on your foot, it's going to be inflamed and it's going to hurt and it's going to make it difficult for you to generate power like that. So unfortunately, and we got that explanation from her, because then you would have been wondering why is it that she was unable to perform. As I mentioned earlier, I just thought that she didn't achieve her objective of running into shape as she had told me that she had planned to do this season. As it turns out, she had a
Freak
legitimate
accident.
So it's unfortunate. You could literally see the tears forming in her eyes, in terms of
Well,
with
that should
reaction.
hurt. I mean, all this preparation and at the last minute something like that happens.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Yeah.
And I think this is why we can't be hard on our athletes. We don't know what they're going
Definitely
through, the
not.
personal things that they're actually going through, and then we're so hard on them when they don't perform at our expectation. And so, it's really sad to know. But as she said, she's going to go back to the drawing board, and hopefully she'll run better in the 800 meters later this week.
Wow, just getting some information here.
Please don't tell us another bad news.
No, it's the semi-final draw.
Oh.
The
Well, what were you expecting, though?
No.
Semi-final draw is
Listen-
going to be.
Listen to Heat
Realist.
3. Listen to Heat 3.
I'm prepared.
Gina Luckenkomper from Germany, Thelma Davis, Dina Asher-Smith, Tina Clayton, Melissa Jefferson-Wooden, Sinab Dosso, Tori Lewis, and Audrey LeDuc.
Oh, that's fine.
That's not
No,
that bad.
that's not bad.
Really?
Tina is going to get out.
No.
And Jefferson. I mean, I don't see anybody else. Dosso ran her
Remember,
heart
it's the
out
first-
running
it's the first
11,
two.
1 and 0.
Yep.
First two and the next two
Next
best times.
Yeah.
All right, so heat number 1 is Takax, Kayla White, Marie Jose Toulouse-Smith, Daryl Nita, Shakara Richardson, and again she draws
No.
Sharika Jackson,
That's fine.
Salome Cora.
That
and
sounds more
Livrani
competitive to me than the
Alonso.
other way.
Okay. And heat number 2, Anthea Charlton actually made it through.
Oh, she did?
Zoe Hobbs, Julian Alfred, Shellyan Fraser Price, Tanisha T.T. Terry, Amy Hunt, Eva Soboda, and Caroline Frey of Canada.
Shelly's going to make it.
She has a chance, a strong
Shelly's going
possibility
to make it to
from
the
there.
finals.
Yeah.
She's going to make it.
I don't know.
With that, she will. We saw the first round this morning.
Yeah.
She's going to make
Can
it
you call that heat again for me?
with Shelly.
With Shelley, yeah.
Anthea Charlton from the Bahamas.
Who's not going to do much of anything
Zoe
else.
Hobbs from New Zealand.
She looked okay.
Julian Alfred.
She'll win.
Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price.
She'll get second.
Tanisha Terry, who is run.
She ran her heart out this morning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Amy Hunt, Iwa Swoboda, and Caroline
Sabota did
Frey.
not impress me.
Well, look, you will hope that Shelley pulls out something here and
Shelly's
gets into the
going
final.
to get out of the blocks in that heat.
Yeah, she's going to have to because she doesn't want to take a chance with Amy Hunt, who's a fast closer.
Right.
And Tanisha Terry, who might not have looked good in the heat, but certainly she's run 1084 this year. So
And you have to respect
You
that.
have to respect that as well.
man.
So
If I can add-
it's gonna be an interesting semifinals tomorrow, and we hope for the best for our Jamaican women.
But just looking at the semis, I think that all three ladies have a chance to get into the final.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So So William, what do you make of the semifinal draws?
No, well, if I can add just before we move on, don't sleep on Terry that much. I think part of what led to her running her heart out, as Juliet put it, is she slipped at the start.
Yeah.
Just out the block, maybe her second or third step, she slipped and she was basically playing catch up the rest of the race. So that is part of what made her look how she looked. But I think he won. I think Sharika is definitely in. Even though I'm not sleeping on Jerry, I think Shelley has a very good chance of making the finals. But I think that is also a very competitive race. Heat 3 looks good. I'm looking forward to seeing Melissa and Tia. I haven't seen them yet, and I really want to see how they match up against each other. And Dean Asher Smith is Dean Asher Smith, so she's always good. Yeah, I think these are very competitive heats, and I mean semifinals. I'm looking forward to them.
All right, so let's go over now to the feed because the men's 100 meters heats are on track.
The Richter scale as they lumber their way over to the shot put start. Meanwhile, then, so the first of 7 heats, mouth-watering prospect. Is it
Yeah, and clearly you didn't want to have to work this hard in the first heat, in the first round. Does it change anything in terms of how you're going to have to prepare for the semi-finals? Does it change anything that you had to work this hard this early?
No, it doesn't change anything. And to be honest, I didn't really work very hard. It's just my start was horrible and I have to catch up. So that was the only part I can say that I have to catch up with the crowd. And to be honest, I'm still healthy and everything is good.
Oblique, let me ask you, were you nervous at the start? This is a world championship. You've done well this season. You've beaten Noah twice. You came in here as one of those to be shot at. Were you nervous?
No, I wasn't nervous at all. To be honest, I'm not nervous. To be honest, as I said before, my confidence level is still remain the same. And I'm going to do good in the semi-finals. I'm going to the finals.
What's Glenn going to say about what you did at the start?
What Glenn is going to say? When I speak to him, I'll see what he's going to say.
That's a lot. All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Oblique Seville, because there was a lot of concern, and I can to corroborate what happened at the start. The Leo Taylor of South Africa's reaction, he won the heat in 9.87, a personal best. His reaction time was 0.135. Ajayi from Nigeria, his reaction time was 0.208, which is poor for a sprinter. Oblique Seville's reaction time was 0.286, Juliet. I mean, you are a sprinter. You know how important it is, the reaction at the start. 0.286 is what you get from 1,500 meter and 3,000 meter runners.
Yes, not even from them. He was sleeping in the blocks. I mean, clearly we saw that he did not get a good start. He had to run that 40 meter to play catch up. But again, he ran within himself. And so even though he had to run to play catch up, and I think, and I believe him when he said, I really didn't lose anything, he would still possibly could have run, if he didn't get the bad start, he would possibly still run 9.95 in his first round. Kishane, I think, looked the best. The man just shut down 70 meters. He only ran about 30 meters. I don't know if he ran 30 meters. He just came out the blocks, and it was high knees all the way to the finish line for a good 70 meters. Nobody was close to him at all. And so he looked the best in the race. Noah Lyles, of course, also had to work just a little bit for me. I thought he had to work, not hard, but he still came back and ran 9.95. Akeem Blake, 10.07. He didn't look bad. Kenny, I don't know why these men tend to look. Why was he looking around? I don't know. He looked comfortable, 10.01 for Kenny. But again, Tebogo also did a whole look around to see who was close to him and ran at 10.07. Simbini also looked comfortable, 10.02. The semifinal is going to be what counts. And so I really don't, it doesn't matter to me what you do in the first round. It's what you're going to do in the second round in the semifinals, because at that time is when you have to really push hard.
Okay, so before I go to you, Michael, let's hear what Akeem Blake had to say about his semifinal, his first round heat. Sorry.
Clearly, you just wanted to get into the semi-final. Tell me how you did it.
Well, I feel good, execute the race, and everything, like my technique-wise and everything was in place, so I'm ready for tomorrow.
Are you feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Yeah. How have you prepared coming in, though?
Well, my coach and my muscles keep me very focused and locked into this moment, so I'm just going out there and do my best. My best is enough, and my coach not pressuring me, so I'm just going out there and just do what I have to do.
Is it that you're getting closer? Because you've won the World Indoors, you've won the Diamond League. The only thing left for you now is to add a World Championship or Olympic title to it. Do you think you're getting close?
I'm getting there. I'm young, and there's room to improvement, so I'm just trusting the process and trusting my coach, and we will get there for sure.
One last question. All the noise has been made about Noah and the Kishane and the Oblique. Do you listen to those noises that get into your head? Do you focus on those?
No, I'm just focused on myself, and coach, as I said, coach had me locked in, so coach said just block out the noise and just do you. Have fun, Akeem. Go out there and just do what you got to do. Block out the noise and everything.
Thanks, Akeem. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, so that's Akeem Blake finishing second in his qualifying round. Well, it's not his first round yet. 10.07 behind Noah Lyles, 9.95. Terrence Jones of the Bahamas, 10.16 for third. Of course, you're saying, Michael, Kishian Thompson, 9.95. Eliza Abjibi of Canada, 10.19. And Ronald Longa of Colombia, 10.21. He was very, very comfortable.
Who was comfortable?
Kishian.
Very, very, is putting it mild. You know. And I say, as Juliet said.
And another very.
Yeah, well, very, 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 very. Right? But as Juliet said, he just ran the drive phase. He just ran the acceleration zone. And he got out in front and just stayed in front.
Yeah.
The problem I have now, he's going to get a very tough semi-final. Civil. Yes, let's go back to Civil. Sorry about that. Having finished third there, he's going to get into a semi-final that he will have to work again to get there, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. No matter what happens, you still have to go there. If you want to be a winner, no matter who come, you still have to do it. But overall, as expected, they all went through, looking the best they can be at this time. But, you know, the real thing is come tomorrow, that semi-final.
That semi-final is going to be crucial.
It's going to be. And we see, you know, all of the guys I'm showing, it's going to be tough right across the board. Out of everybody, just Kishian alone stood out to me. Not being sentimental here, but the fact is, he just looked so...
Yeah,
just good. He looked good.
He looked really, really good, to be honest. I mean,
he's ready. He's ready for a championship.
Notwithstanding the fact that the Heat was a weak Heat in terms of the talent in the Heat.
Because everybody else everybody else came second.
Yeah.
And third. Like,
yeah.
you are the winner, and then it's like one straight line.
William, what were your thoughts?
Initially, I was going to say there were no surprises, except when Civil almost fell asleep on the starting blocks, that woke me up after.
Woke you up?
I woke me up after a very short night. But outside that, he recovered well. He still ran the third fastest time out of all of the heats. So as he said in the interview, when he did what he had to do, there was no pressure on him. He ran his race. Also, Kishian Thompson looked superb. He ran maybe 60 meters of the race and spent the rest of the race decelerating to get over the line.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Lyles and Thibodeau, they both looked very comfortable in their race. Akeem Blake also looked very good. Yeah, but it's early days. I don't think we learned anything now that we didn't know before going into the heats. So I'm looking forward to seeing what tomorrow brings.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me throw this out to you guys. There has been talk about Oblique's mentals in terms of his preparedness for these championships. Of course, as you know, 4 major championships now and not being able to get onto the podium. Could this moment where he got this bad start and still managed to recover and run 9.93, could this be a breakthrough moment for him, you think? Now that he's able to say he got past the nerves and pushed through to still qualify and with the third fastest time?
I don't know if I'd call it a breakthrough moment. I just call it an experience. And an experience that can help him so that next time he goes to the start, he will be conscious of getting a good start based on what happened before. So the mistake was good in the heat, right? So this will help him to go forward, I think.
Because he gets it now refocused.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Juliet, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think all athletes grow in the sport. And I wouldn't try to look at what happened in the past to determine the future, which is the now, for him. I think he's performed credibly on the international stage. Things happen because these things are these are the World Championship and the Olympic Games, and anything can happen. It just so happened that this morning he fell asleep in the blocks, had a really horrible reaction time of 0.286, which is terrible. And so he understood what happened, and all he has to do now is to refocus. I'm counting the starter. He's going 101, 102, and then the gun goes. It's a very slow start. And so I think he was anticipating that slow start, and that is why he sat in the blocks, possibly. So, what he's going to have to do now is to make sure that through his, warm-up, he's focusing on the starter, to make sure that he doesn't fall asleep in the semifinal. Because if he does, that's it. That's it.
But what the start of the interview? Hold on a second. Can we play that first part of what Oblique said to Wayne at the outset? I just want to hear what he said, because there's something that I wanted to hear.
You thought maybe something happened.
No, yeah, I want. There's something that he said before Kishane interrupted. I want to hear that again, because there's something that suggests to me
something happened.
Yeah,
that
there's something distracting him, or something that distracted him. I wanted to hear exactly what he said, because I'm trying to. I don't. Based on what I was told and what he said, I don't want to be that to temper or tamper with.
I mean, there's no better place to start, but at the start, what happened at the start?
There's a lot. Things happen at the start, but I'm looking forward to go.
All right. So he said things happened at the start.
Things.
Yeah. What could that possibly be?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was watching the race, the pre-race. I didn't see anything happening. I don't know if it's before he went out there. It could be just how he expressed himself when he said things happened at the start. Like, I got a bad start.
All right.
It could be that he just got a bad start.
Or he got distracted by something.
But I didn't see anything happening around him at the time to see that there was a distraction where the noise or anything that was happening to really distract him. And again, when it comes to internet, I'm deducing it too. Things happen at the start, or I said a lot happened to just deduce it that he had a bad start.
Let me bring Wayne in here. Wayne, thanks for joining us again, and great opportunity getting those quotes from Akeem Blake, and of course, not more importantly, but certainly as importantly, Oblique Seville, given what we saw in his heat. When he said at the start that there were issues at the start, basically, what do you perceive that to mean or to be?
I hope you can hear me, because I'm in a totally sellout stadium here in Tokyo watching the 1,000 meters. But yeah, when he answered me, Kishane came down at the same time, because what happened was that Oblique waited on Kishane's race before he came around to talk to the media. And so when he came around and was talking to me, Kishane came down and he said, "Dog, what happened a while ago? And so I did not hear when Oblique started, and that is why I say to him, Kishane distracted you. Say it again. What did he say? And he repeated it. I didn't hear that part in the interview now. I can't remember what he said, but he repeated it. What I got from Kishane, or from Oblique, he gave me a Safa Powell, in that he was trying too hard to relax himself at the start and overdid it. And that's just a personal view of mine. And it just needs to settle, which is why I press home by asking him, were you nervous? And he looked into my eyes, because he realized the question was not just, were you nervous? The question was like, I feel you were nervous. And he smiled and he said, no, I wasn't. I just think he was just doing too much to try to relax himself. He is, to me, overthinking the occasion. Mm-hmm. He knows that he has lost out on 3 previous occasions in terms of getting on the podium. And because he's running so well these days, he has defeated Noah Lyles twice. Nobody does that. He thinks that right now, he's in a position where he can't let this slip. So he's going to do everything to make sure that he's A-okay, and I think he overdid it. And because of that, I think he's going to be okay.
Yes, he's you can't sometimes, well, having played sport myself, and not at the level that these guys are, but certainly if you're overthinking things, you tend to diminish or blunt the instinct of the training because you're thinking too much and your body responds to that overthinking as opposed to allowing the instinct to take over, because you train the instinct. That's why you do the repeats over and over again in training, so that you don't have to think about it.
It just
the minute
happens.
you start to think about it, you actually slow down everything.
Definitely.
And then it hurts yourself in terms of your performance. So let's hope that's the case. And if anything, you would have probably learned from that as well. So,
which is why I asked him what Glenn will say when he speaks to them. And he says, well, I can answer you when he speaks.
yeah,
When he speaks.
yeah. You know what? I don't think he could have probably said what Glenn would probably said to him.
I didn't need him to say it because I know.
Yeah, because Glenn would not be pleased, but based on
Not
what he
at all.
saw. You know, so maybe what they probably don't need to go back and sit back and reset after he warms down and probably gets his massage. They probably have to do a reset for the semifinal tomorrow, because he can't afford that kind of mistake in the semifinal.
Definitely.
And he can't think about it too much either.
Yeah, and the 100 meters is not, you don't think.
Yes.
You just react and
You
run.
react and run.
Yes.
So
Run.
it's not even worth it to go and think about it. Okay, I messed up, I didn't
Right.
react. And go out there and
Right.
react the next time.
When did you get a chance to have any kind of conversation with Kishen any at all? Not necessarily for an interview.
No, what happened? I had Oblique interviewing, and when Kishen came, I held on to Kishen's hand. And you've got to understand these people, you know. I am talking to Oblique. He stopped and decided to give me this interview. Yet I'm holding on to somebody else's hand as if this person is more important. You're talking to me, so you have to be mindful of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I've dealt with them over the years many, many times to know, yeah? When I went out to GC Foster the other day to talk to Ashanti, I asked another athlete for an interview, and she said, no, you come to talk to Ashanti, not me.
Yeah.
Well, it's true. But you didn't need to say that. I'm there, Ashanti is training. Give me when she's finished, I'm going to talk to her. Now you're finished training. And so they're very sensitive to what the media say and think about them. No, I didn't want Oblique to believe that, Kishen is more important. Let me just... No, what I wanted Kishen to do was to stop and join the interview or wait a little while I finish with Oblique. And he just slipped away. And he slipped away and spoke to no one. Akeem Blake did the same thing. And he was walking away. And I said, Akeem, remember, we traveled from Jamaica for you guys. You can't do this. And he stopped and said, okay, let me do it. And when he spoke with us, the other members of the media were on the other side from Jamaica. And he walked past them. We were the only people he spoke with. So you have to know how to read the room.
Mm-hmm.
Tina Clayton came into the mix zone. A journalist from Jamaica held on to her and said, may I talk to you? And she said, no, I can't talk now. She reached close to me. And I said, could I talk to you? She said, no. I said, why not? She said, I'll do it after the semifinal. I said, did you know that if you run 2 races on the same day, including a final, after the semifinal, if you make the final, World Athletics do not allow you to come to the mixed zone. They put you through a different gate for you to warm up and get ready for your final.
Definitely, yeah.
She said, really? She said, really? And I said, yes. And she said, okay, since that is the case, I'm going to come back and talk to you. And that's how she came back.
Yeah, boss.
Yeah.
One Wayne Walker.
Yeah, that's what I tell you. That's what I tell you. So the mother sitting and you
Yeah,
don't
boss.
work.
We're not going to take your mic.
But you know what?
Yeah.
It goes back to what we were saying yesterday, when we belabored the point about the athletes and interviewing and what that means and not really speaking to the press. And we do understand that you have to be laser focused, and some athletes don't like to give interviews while they're
In competition.
in competition, to say, look, I need to just get back to my warm up. I need to get back now to refocus. I don't want to give an interview now. But then again, as we said, you would have left Jamaica to really get these interviews from your people, from your athletes. And they're not taking the time to understand, to say, okay, I have to get back and refocus. But me speaking to you for 2 minutes or 3 minutes is really not going to take any time away from me or take anything away from me. And I think it's full time that athletes, Jamaican athletes, get to understand that. That it's not really taking anything away from them.
Yep. When
especially if you don't compete until the next day.
Well,
especially
you know who came into the mix zone tonight and created a scene?
Noah
Lyles.
Oh man, that was easy. No price to tell you it wasn't. Noah came into the mix zone, and this guy from Hong Kong came all the way here with a painting of Noah Lyles with his tattoo, the same tattoo that Noah has on his back.
The man.
And the guy stretches his hand out to Noah. And Noah said, "You must be faster than me. Everywhere I go, I see you." And the guy said something special. He said to him, Noah said to him, I was standing right next to Noah. Actually, I was holding on to Noah's hand. And the guy said to him, "You know what? I have something for you." And there were 3 cameras all of a sudden, massive cameras just pull out and focusing on Noah. And the guy dipped into his bag, took out a framed picture of Noah with a pose, the back pose that he does all the time.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Noah said, "I'm not going to accept it if the tattoo isn't right." And they turned around and they looked at the picture, and Noah said, "Oh, that's good." And he dropped his pipe, and he made this massive shout, and everybody started to wonder, what's happening to Noah Lyles? But he was bit. Let me tell you something. This guy needs to be protected at all costs. The sport need him. He understands the sport better than anybody else. Yeah?
Yeah.
And that is one of the reasons I'm here. These little nuggets you won't get or won't see. You have to be there to see them. And he created a big scene in there. And this guy, and you know what he did? He said no interviews. And as soon as he reached just to exit the mix zone, he stopped and everybody just rushed onto him. He commanded things, and that's what he does well.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to his performance, how did you rate his heat this morning?
I'm not going to even comment on that. I'm ready to call it. I'm ready to call the race.
Call it.
Kishane beats them easily tomorrow night.
Yeah. Yeah. We agree.
All things being
He
equal.
beats them easily tomorrow night.
Yeah.
When Kishane came into the mix zone tonight, he was so happy. He rushed over to Upper League and said, "What happened? What happened to start, dog?" That's what they said.
Oh, that hurt. We heard.
He was funny to see.
He really looks well, though.
Nice camaraderie.
Oh, no, he said dog. He said, "Oh, you heard another thing?"
Yeah, well, he just no, so not our feet.
Well, I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. It was a good evening, though.
Yeah. Was there anybody else who impressed you in the 100-meter heat summit?
Well, it's got to be Noah and Kishane. They did twin times, 995. Akeem, I thought, did the right thing. He knew that nobody has ever won a medal in a heat. And so what he did was to make sure that he did enough to get in there. I don't know if he's disappointed he didn't dip below 10. You get into the semifinals, maybe because you want a good lane or you probably want a good semifinal, but don't risk it. Get there and then take it from there. So I liked what he did. Mm-hmm. Oblique said he didn't work hard. I said to him, "Are you disappointed you have to work this hard?" He said no. His natural speed took care of business, and he's still confident that he's going to win it. He says he's going to win it. So, I don't know, 2 races in a row, the national championship, it didn't go so well for him, but he pulled out all the stuff to get back. Same tonight. I don't know if it's a new thing with him, but he's confident. Kishane is supreme. He gave me that 982 that Bolt did in 2009 in Berlin. And if you could read his lips on the monitor when it came up inside the Berlin Olympic Stadium,
he said it now go normal.
He knocked his hand and he said, "No, go normal."
Yeah, we heard it.
He said that. Yeah, you know why he said it? It was an instinctive reaction when he saw the time. How do you jog 982 in a semi-final?
It was
not blow the.
It wasn't 82, wasn't it 89? And Sean Crawford was behind him dying.
Yeah, and you're saying they literally had to hold on to him. The guy was bouncing when he came inside the mix zone.
Yeah.
You couldn't hold. Put it this way, he wanted the final to run right then and there after that semi-final.
Yep, I remember.
He was feeling it.
When he crossed the line and him said the time, him going, "No, go normal." And he repeated it about 3 times. And I'm like, yep. So we knew that, we kind of knew the 58
and it
was
wasn't
coming.
normal.
Yep, it was normal.
and you know what he did to relax? SpongeBob, Bart Simpson. There's a cartoon. I see them in the cartoon. The Simpsons are SpongeBob. I don't know
probably the Simpsons. Probably the Simpsons, not SpongeBob.
I was standing in the warm-up area, and a sucker came around with a laptop computer, Michael Frater joined in and Bolt, and all three of them sat there watching either SpongeBob or something. That is after they warm up for that final in Berlin. They relaxed watching the cartoon until they were called into the call room, and people watched them. I was wondering how these guys could be so relaxed in a pressure situation like this. It was crazy, man. It was really, really crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, there's crazy things do happen in the sport, and crazy things happen with Jamaican star athletes. Given what we saw from, everybody knows I've said publicly that I believe that Oblique Seville will win the final tomorrow. But when you look at Kishane, is he now? I know a lot of people think he's going to win, and like you can't disagree with them. But is he the next Jamaican icon? If he wins here tomorrow in Tokyo, is he now on the path to becoming the next big thing in sprinting?
Both didn't become the big thing by winning. Both became the next big thing by running from out of this world. If Kishane wins impressively tomorrow night, I tell you what, Kishane is now grasping what it means to grab onto what's happening to him now. The life of a sportsman at the elite level can be very luxurious and very enjoyable if you work hard. And I think Kishane, in addition to seeing what people like Hussein and Asafa and Yohan and Shelly achieve out of it, he's not only seeing that, he's in the moment and seeing it himself. He's acquired a new vehicle. I no need to say what it is. And no job in Jamaica could give him that in the space of time that he has done in track and field. And I think he now understands fully. He's traveling Europe, he's staying at 5-star hotels, he's given royal treatment wherever he goes. The ladies find him attractive even more now. He's making money as a good contract with Nike. So he's fully now seeing what is happening and decide that, listen, I'm not going to let this moment slip away, however long it lasts. He's trimmed down. I don't know if you guys could see it on the television.
He's leaner now,
He's slimmed down considerably, yes. And I think it's deliberate. Did you see the start he got?
Yep.
Something that they've been working on. And they've not gotten to perfection as yet, but it's much better. What he needs to do now is to run 100 meters and not 90 and allow Noah to come on him.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow night. I think if he gets a good start like that tonight, they're cooked. They're really cooked.
It's going to be interesting to see that semi-final and final tomorrow. I'm actually waiting to see the semi-final draw, but those results, those lane draws haven't come up yet, and the heats. So we'll try to keep our listeners abreast of that development when it comes in.
Look behind me. This place is sold out. Look at this. I could go right around the stadium. It's absolutely sold out, and nothing prepared me for this tonight. I'm expecting this for tomorrow night, but the place is absolutely sold out and it's buzzing now. Really buzzing.
That's an interesting point. Let me ask you this. There's been a lot of talk over the years about, track and field in the United States and how it has fallen down the pecking order. But when you go into Europe and into Asia, these stadia, the crowds at these facilities is more the norm than what you see on this side of the planet. Isn't that the case? And if so, why do you think that is?
Europe is the heartland of track and field. It's as simple as that. Europe which is why one country can host 3 Diamond Leagues and they're all sold out. In Zurich, in Lausanne, it's London and Birmingham host Diamond League and they're sold out. Yeah, and we're talking about Olympic-sized stadia. The Olympic Stadium in London is sold out every time. Here in Japan, they don't have a Diamond League, but whatever they have, it's sold out. Europe is just the heartland of the sport, which is why Michael Johnson said he's 100% sure at the peak of his powers, he could walk down the streets in New York. Yeah, he went to Baylor University, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. He said he could walk down the streets of New York and in the state that his university was, and nobody give him a second look. Nobody.
Okay.
America just don't get it.
Yeah. I agree with you, Wayne. I think even now, I've retired over how many years now? Many years.
Yeah, many.
Up to recent, I would say the last 2 years, I still receive persons wanting my autograph from Europe.
There you go.
Sending me the picture that they took of me years ago, or they got it somehow, and then sending me back with an envelope with their stamp of their country to literally sign the back of that picture and send it back to them. This is how they take track and field serious. It's just not the same in the USA or even in Jamaica. As I said, Jamaica is not a really track and field country. We are for the hype, and we're for that one, feel good moment if we have a big star.
Okay, so here we have the semifinal.
I saw Kevin Young walked into the media center today,
and
everybody literally stood to attention when he walked in.
Yeah.
Try that in the States. Maybe
nobody would know who he is.
Nobody knows him, right?
Tell him hello from me, Wayne.
Oh, Kevin. Okay, yeah, I'll see him tomorrow because I saw himself and Tanya Williams, darling.
Yeah.
Well, Tanya Williams, no.
Yeah.
She's no longer darling. Well,
she's still a darling.
Yeah, it's the name. That woman will always be a darling.
Always.
The name I'm talking. Yeah. So she's in the media center every day with Kevin. So I'll tell Kevin for you tomorrow.
Yeah, and tell him to answer my WhatsApp message because he has. I know he's been busy, but we'll talk. But let me just give the audience the semifinal draws. Heat 1 of the semifinal is as follows. In lane number 2, Lamont Marcel Jacobs, the Olympic champion from 2021. Eliza Ajibi from Canada, Akeem Blake, Noah Lyles, Akani Sambini, Kayan Sola Ajayi, Jeremiah Azu, and Elfrid Afrifa from Netherlands. That's semifinal 1. Semifinal 2. Ronald Longa, Ferdinand Omanyala, Kenny Bednarek, Kishane Thompson, Zarnell Hughes, Jerome Blake, Terence Jones, and Purpal Bonsoon. That semifinal looks like a tough semifinal. Zarnell Hughes and Kenny.
Very competitive.
Right.
So it's going to be a tough semifinal.
Very
of course, semifinal
competitive.
3 will feature Romal Glaive of the Great Britain, Andre de Grasse, Gift Lotela from South Africa, Letsil Tobago, Saminu of Ghana, Abdul Rashid Saminu of Ghana, Israel Okon of Nigeria, Oblique Seville, and Courtney Lindsay. As it turns out, Wayne,
Seville got a pretty easy,
pretty manageable heat.
Tobago and Seville.
Right. I think Blake gets into the final.
Yeah.
I think he's good enough to get into the final.
It's top.
In fact,
it's first 2 plus it takes 2 fastest times.
He should get in.
Yeah. I think Benerick, Lyles, Blake, Thompson, Seville, 5.
Yeah.
Get into it. I'll have to process the other 3, but I think those 5 get in.
Right.
So of course, just for the listeners' purpose sake, Akeem Blake is drawn in lane 4, Noah Lyles 5, Sambini lane 6.
Good for him.
So those 3 are likely to be competing for the two automatic qualifying spots.
Right.
And of course, in the next semifinal heat, Kishane Thompson is drawn in 5, and he's sandwiched by Kenny Bednarek in lane 4 and Zarnell Hughes in lane 6. And Oblique Seville is drawn in lane 8, next to Courtney Lindsay in lane 9, Tobago in lane 5. Lord Tella from South Africa is in lane 4. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how those semifinals shake out tomorrow.
Benderek will not be looking around.
No, he will not be. I wouldn't suggest he try it either because Benerick is in, but Kishane doesn't have time to look around. Because Kishane is right next to him in lane 5. He'd probably be looking at somebody's heels. Zarnell Hughes, of course, will make it interesting. And Jerome Blake from Canada, I mean, he's a 995 man, but certainly I think he'll make it interesting. Omanyala, for me, he's had a very average season. 10 flat is his personal best this season, his season's best this season. And I think, but based on what we've seen from him, as somebody had said to me a few years ago, he only runs fast at altitude in Kenya. And I'm beginning to see that might actually be the case, because whenever he steps outside of Africa, he doesn't produce those fast times. So that's going to be very interesting to see how those semifinals shake out tomorrow. So the good news is that Oblique Seville has drawn a relatively comfortable heat. Samino, for example, however, has run 984 this season You know, he's one of the outstanding sprinters this year. I think he's in the top 6 in the world. So it's not going to be easy. Courtney Lindsay, who has run 982 at the U.S. trials, is right next to Oblique Seville in lane number 8. So I think, you know, Oblique will have to push tomorrow to get into the final. I mean, not saying it's not going to be easy, but it's going to be a lot more difficult than you probably would have
What lane
anticipated.
is he again?
He's in lane 8. Tobago is in lane 5. Samino is in lane 6. And both men, I mean, Tobago's season best is 10:03. But Samino has run 984. But based on what we saw from Tobago, he looks like he's ready to run 98 right now as well. And of course, Seville and Courtney Lindsay. Yeah, so you're looking at a situation where there are 4 guys in this heat who could make it interesting. You know, so we'll see how that shakes out tomorrow. So the mixed relays come up next, and of course Jamaica is not in it based on that underwhelming performance that we saw from them last night. So let's throw over to the commentary and hear what the commenters are saying about the 10,000 meters for women, who was just completing one by Grace. Is it Grace Chebet? Is Grace Chebet's first name? Yeah. So that was an impressive win by Chebet. Beatrice Chebet, I know it was something like that. Beatrice Chebet, who won in 30 minutes, 31.67. That's an impressive time. Not really one of the fastest times you'll see, but certainly good enough to win gold.
It's a gold
and
medal.
collect $70,000.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Well, not just like she trained so hard to get it.
Yeah.
To get just like
you know how many miles you have to run per week to run
to
those
get
times?
that 70,000.
You know, sometimes 100 miles a week to get those kind of
lots of
success,
mileage.
Because success comes when preparation meets opportunity.
There you go. So it's not just like that. Lots of preparation, lots of things you have to put in to get there.
Trust me.
You see how fast she was closing? It's crazy that you can run 10,000 meters is how many miles? About
too many.
Yeah, it's 600 meters, which is 1.6 kilometers make a mile. So 10,000 is about what, 7 miles? I don't know. My math is terrible.
Yeah.
But certainly congratulations to Beatrice Sebet for winning the gold in the women's 10,000 meters. We'll throw now to the commentary.
Wondering what could have happened. I think she will think she executed that perfectly.
Oh, she really did. I thought with 90 to go, Batter
saw this morning with the women and the men. Everybody made it through quite comfortably. Of course, we saw where what's his name?
Who
had such a terrible start? Oblique Seville, having such a terrible start in the 100 meters. But again, I'm sure he's going to come back and reflect on that and put it out the window and then come back in the semifinals tomorrow. Looking at the semifinals, I think all of our athletes, the men and the women section, just looking back, I believe that they all have pretty comfortable heat semifinals for them to make it to the finals.
Okay.
And so looking forward to great things coming tomorrow.
We have
for
a caller,
athletes.
Keisha, online. Good morning, Keisha. How are you doing?
Hi, Leighton. Good morning. How are you?
I am alive and well. A little hungry, but I will eat when I finish my day. What do you make of the performances that you've seen so far today, notwithstanding the bad news about Megan Tapper?
Well, let's say hi to your panelists. Hi, Sister Julie.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And to Mr. Michael Carr.
Yes, my dear lady. Good morning.
One of my favorite persons.
Oh,
yeah, my fun.
You just made my day. Thank you. And the day just started.
Well, so far, except for Megan Tapper, who picked up an injury, they said.
Yeah, hamstring injury.
Right. Unfortunately, because I was looking forward to her based on the time that she ran here at the national trial.
Mm-hmm.
But, these things do happen so far. Now on the 100 meter female, I expect that all three ladies have made it to the semi-final. So it's not a surprise seeing them. No, the semi-final, though, honestly, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for Shelly and Fraser. I'm more concerned about she.
Mm-hmm.
Tina, she'll make it. Sharika, she looks very good, honestly. I think she has more left in the tank. I really want to see Shelly make it to the final. She's one of my favorites. And I just wish for her the best. Now for the male, boy, Oblique Seville, Oblique Seville, man, boy, kind of scare me.
Scary a little bit, eh?
You were saying something, Sister Juliet?
No, she was saying Seville scared you this morning.
Yes, man, it scared me a bit. Something like what happened at the national trial. When the final, when he held up for a while and then he did what he did, which was surprising. But I was a bit scared, but he ran on back, and that was good. Honestly, I expect to see three of them in the final. I don't know if my expectation is too big, but Kishane Thompson is going to be the one to beat.
Well, based on what we saw this morning, I don't think anybody can disagree with you. I think he probably looked the best of the athletes going through to the semifinals this morning. Oblique Seville, you heard his interview with Wayne where he said that he had some issues, I suppose, at the start. And then Noah Lyles chimed in later on an interview and said he knew he was going to run poorly because he was losing his mind or something like that earlier on before the start. No, I think Noah
Lyles is
trying to play mind games.
Yeah, man.
But guess what? I wish all ladies and all gentlemen all the best. And I'm looking forward to the semis.
All right. But thank you so much again, love. And of course, keep listening. And of course, we'll try to bring you all of the exclusive interviews coming out of Tokyo as well. So we're looking forward to seeing outstanding performances tomorrow in both the semifinals and finals. Tomorrow, it's Tokyo time. Later on, I get confused now. Yeah, but
it's tomorrow.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow our time. That's all that matters.
So Keisha.
14 hours ahead of us?
14 hours.
So Keisha.
Yeah?
You were up from what time? 4 o'clock?
Yes, I'm up from you. People just started.
Sure, man.
Me and my little son, I'm going to shout out to my little son, Jake. He's 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's up all the way through.
Wow.
Sport lover.
He's a potential athlete.
No, he's more of a football type person.
Okay. Well, at least he's doing something.
He enjoys sports overall.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
All right, Keisha.
Enjoy the rest of your day, Keisha, and of course we'll be back later on with more.
Mr. Carr.
All
right,
take
take
it easy.
care.
Aldrich is online. Aldrich, good morning. How are you doing?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning,
not
we're
so
good.
bad.
We are awake.
I just shouting out Keisha is my nationwide radio friend. That's the whole station I listen to.
We know.
So yeah, good morning. I've been up from you guys started. Good morning. I was impressed with all Jamaicans who ran level, made a little stop at the art, and then produced that effort.
Civil.
I started to wonder if he thinks Noah Lyles is playing a mind game with him and he's letting it bother him, because whenever he beat him in Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, he beat Noah in Jamaica last year.
Yes, I'm wondering why. I at one stage I thought he wasn't going to qualify.
It certainly looked that way for a while.
Yeah, but kudos to everybody. I think, as Keisha said, all three guys will be in the semi-final. It will be in the finals after the semi-finals. The women, yeah, Shelley have to do something special, I think, to get to the final. But I'm hoping she gets there at her last World Championship. And maybe can win, but leave a mark that at this stage she still can make the final, because she's the GOAT, and we all know that. But so let's hope for that. For the rest of the meet, good. I really enjoyed the performances of this Italian lady who ran second in that 10,000. She showed a lot of guts, and we don't do those distances, but I still enjoy watching them anyway, because I'm literally a sports fan.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's something, Alric. The thing I like, I know a lot of people don't appreciate the longer distances. I don't know if it's an attention span thing, but when you look, if people take the time to understand the strategy of these races, they will appreciate just how fantastic these races are. Because every athlete has a different phase of the race where they will excel, and they use those phases to then find an advantage over their opponents. And it's like a chess game on the track, and for me, it's always fascinating.
That's where I was going. It's a mind game, and I enjoy watching them. I've been enjoyed watching them from Kipchang time. Watching them, and it's a mind game, and it's fun watching them. The 100 meters is finishing. Bam! By the time you wink your eye. Yeah. This game, these distances, you can sit and enjoy the strategies that they're using, and when this one make them move, and when that one make them move, and you really have fun watching them.
Yeah, because you remember the time when the Kenyans used to try and block out the Ethiopians and vice versa, and they used to have these epic battles on the track.
Yes, all of that is going away now, because you find that the European people are doing well in the long distances now, so the Africans will have to contend with them now too, so they might be trying to block out the African nations, and then set up the stage for the European who are improving a lot.
Yeah, agreed.
And they don't want that.
No, yeah, but I guess there are cycles, huh? There's a time for everything. Sometimes the Africans are on top, and then the Europeans come through, and then the Africans
just
eventually
like us,
come back.
sometimes we dominate the sprints, and another time, we have a little lull, and then we come back. So, all in all, a very good morning for Jamaica, and as usual, the commentary was good, and Wayne was good as usual. So, you guys, catch you guys later, man.
All right, take it easy.
Thank you,
Cleveland.
Enjoy your day.
Cleveland joined us now. Cleveland, good morning.
Good morning, my special I won't say that. My special lady, Mrs. Scott.
You can say it. Let them get jealous.
Yes, of course. Congratulations.
Tk you.
Tell them don't point them finger upon West Rural next time.
How are you, Cleveland?
I am giving.
You're enjoying the track and field.
I miss Tina race. When I wake, I just see her walking up the steps. Oh my gosh. But anyhow, I'm sure they will show it back on that I get to see. I really love to see them running, how they run and how they look on the field and so on.
You're talking the ladies, right?
Eh?
You're talking the ladies. You like how them look?
No, man. I see the man want them. But you know what happened to Seville? He has a style of when he come out into them, make up some, show some sort of action and so on. And I think this sending off, you know, somehow or the other, him never get himself set in the block, behind the block. And by the time he realize where go on, the thing go, but him try and make up, but he can't take those type of chance. Him love gavalance, is that what they call the word, too much. When him there behind the block, they must get himself ready. But I'm happy that him make it to the second round.
Yeah, man, I think we're all breathing a sigh of relief with that one.
But Kishan, sir, wow. He's going to be something special.
In the finals, yes.
Yes, he's going to be, and I noticed live, boy. I see my throat in hand there before, like, you know, them go Zoom people.
Yeah.
I don't know if one of the seats, you know.
You mean the sign that he made?
Yes.
No, it's actually.
Whatever he did,
No, actually, it's a thing from Dragon Ball Z. There's anime that's called and it's called a Kamehameha. I'm trying to remember what the name of the thing is, where the guy.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, Goku
I thought he did
pushes
something.
his energy.
Okay.
This energy ball.
He's pushing his energy to the finish line.
Yes, but it's like him a throw something on the rest of man.
No man. All the athletes, they have some little thing about them that they do.
Yeah, there is.
I had my little thing that I did. Everybody have their little thing.
William was saying is the spirit bomb, but the spirit bomb is a different. The spirit bomb is a different thing.
Him not come from St. Thomas. Him come from.
No, man,
St. Thomas.
It's an anime. When you do that, Goku is usually pushing the energy that can destroy his enemies. Huh?
We have to do something about other things, you know, like the mixed 4x4. No, man, we have to can find some good people to run.
Wait, so we haven't been at the final. We need to be in the final.
We must be in the final of those races.
Yeah, the thing is this, you know, on paper that team was a strong team, you know.
Yeah.
But they just didn't deliver.
Just on paper, eh?
Yeah, because Dejana Oakley has run 49.65 this year. She's the NCAA silver medalist.
Yeah, man.
She's a national silver medalist as well.
Yeah.
The Kedron Golson, not Kedron Golson, what's his name again? He ran 44.98 to open his season, and then but as he mentioned to Wayne, he's had some issues that may have held him back this season. But overall, on paper, it was a strong team. In fact, I was actually stunned at how poorly they performed. 3 minutes 13.96 is almost 3 seconds slower than the time that they ran last year at the Olympic Games that qualified them for this meet.
The race anyhow,
yeah,
so
it was a poor from start to finish.
But I want to wish the other athletes all the best, and I know they will put in a lot of effort. Some of them who is there at the moment here, like Tina. I wouldn't mind if you support them.
Yep, you can hope.
Yeah. But Shelly, boy, we can't leave Shelly out of the whole thing, sir. Boy, she's special.
Always.
Yeah.
And she will try her best. You know.
We think she will.
Yes. Anyhow, thank you for your commentary and getting to understand and learn some new things and so on.
All right.
Then.
That's what we're here for.
All right, Cleveland. See you in a couple of days.
Okay, all right.
So the numbers to call are 930-637-124. And of course, we can take your comments as to what you saw or been listening to this morning in terms of the World Championships. What are the things that have impressed you most, or the things that have concerned you most? Share those thoughts with us. 876-630-9371-4, and we take those calls for the next few minutes before we get out of here. For this morning session or the evening session in Tokyo, the evening session of the first day in Tokyo, which is morning time in Jamaica. Guys, I remember when Casey was here, Casey Graham was saying yesterday that he didn't think that Jamaica would do particularly well at these championships. What we've seen so far is a mixture of things. Finals, well, the only final that we've participated in so far is the mixed relay final, which we didn't.
We don't reach final.
We didn't reach a final, but but
so far we are only in one final.
We're only in one final so far.
Which is a discuss.
Yeah, and Samantha Hall has done herself well, 63.32 meters, which is not her best throw this year, but certainly gets her into a final, which means that she's among the best 12 in the world. Should Jamaica deliver on the expectations tomorrow? how do you think this will impact the rest of the performances during the competition?
Well, if we do what we're supposed to do tomorrow, I don't think it would change much because it is what it is, and certain things don't happen overnight. And going into the championship, some persons just not at the level of podium level. And that won't change because somebody over there won a medal over there. All of a sudden you're going to get that. Some are meters behind to get on the podium. Some are seconds and things behind to get on the podium. So it might motivate them, yes, to do well and try, but I don't think it would make that significant difference.
William, what's your thoughts on that, William? William?
I'm here. Sorry, I was reading some comments about the morning session, specifically about Noah Lyles and his attempted mind games with
What are the commenters saying?
So, Noah Lyles continues to be very polarizing. I particularly like the mind games. I like the fact that he is trying to stir the pot, and frankly, if you can get into the mind of a competitor and get them out of the race before the race starts, then
more
I'm
power to
all
you.
for it.
Yeah, I'm not against it either.
Right, but some of the comments are saying that he is trying way too hard, and as the young people these days say, the aura doesn't add up to what he's trying to bring off. So he's facing some backlash for trying too hard to engineer rivalries in the sport, which for the life of me I can't understand why he would face backlash for that, because it makes for a very interesting it makes a very interesting entertainment. So I don't get why.
But here's the interesting part of that, William.
Like him.
The fact that they're talking about him means he's being successful.
Exactly.
I think there's just too much hatred for Noah Lyles in Jamaica. I think a lot of Jamaicans dislike him because, I mean, he is, a very confident athlete. And he's a showboat, but I do think the sport needs someone like him right now.
Yeah,
he's being himself. He's doing what he does best, and if again you can allow an athlete to get into your headspace, then you are weak.
But I see. I see fear here also,
Yeah.
I see
it could
fear.
also be that too.
He's afraid, so he's doing things to throw you off because he sees you as a threat to him.
It could be that as well.
Yeah. That's why he wants to derail you.
But if you allow him to derail you, then you are weak.
Very.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Back in your day, there was intense rivalry between yourself and Merlene and Gwen Torrance and company. I was actually quite surprised to see you at Grand Slam track with Gwen Torrance and company. I was like, yo, that friend.
It's over. It's over.
Yeah, but it was during the time. It was a fierce rivalry.
Yes,
and
fierce.
We
didn't speak.
Yeah,
we did not speak.
Yes.
Did not speak. It was hatred on the track, like pure hatred on the track. And it wasn't just me. Merlene did not like her. I didn't like her. We didn't speak. We would just pass each other. And things were said, but you just block. You don't think about that. Zarna from the Ukraine,
Pentuzovic,
she used to make a bunch of noise, just screaming and just making a bunch of noise right next to you to try to distract you. And she could not distract me. Yes, I heard her, but she was blocked out. I was laser focused. You cannot distract me. I was not one of those athletes that was easily
distracted.
You could not distract me. No matter what kind of foolishness you did out there, would not distract me. And you have to be strong-minded when you're out there in track and field world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, whether they are fabricated or not, I think rivalries always help sport.
Right. It's good.
Manchester United, Liverpool, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Mike McCallum versus Don Curry.
Jamaica, Trinidad.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that those rivalries is what makes it interesting. It makes people, gives people things to talk about. It gives people an opportunity to take sides, and that's what sport is about. It builds excitement. I mean, look, if you remember the year,
plays with your emotions.
If you remember 2015, when Justin Gatlin was tearing up the place, and people thought that he was going to beat Bolt in Beijing in 2016. You remember how that generated a lot of conversation and that tension before that final, where everybody felt. I remember being in a Mars, and a lady, I was actually trying on a shirt, and the lady stood up right at the door, and said, "Mr. Levy, can I ask you something? Justin Gatlin going to beat Bolt?" And I said, Bolt going to win, but I'm going to win by a small margin. And she said, "I hope so." That's the kind of thing that sports does. It makes people connect with you in a way in which normally they probably wouldn't. So I don't probably know what else does.
If you notice, so just on that point, whenever there's any peace initiative, check it out. Whenever there's any peace initiative, what they have?
Boring.
Football match or netball match.
Peace initiative.
Yeah, peace to
bring you together.
To bring together, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, I think when we talk about rivals in Jamaica, Jamaicans have a negative connotation of what rivalry means.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you literally hate somebody. But as a competitor,
you hate the person.
You hate the person. You know, you're not thinking about it as in real life. You're thinking you're going to hate that person. No, but when you step onto the field of play, when I was going to Knox, I don't have anybody here listening to me who attended Knox, but there was a guy at Knox called Paul Melville. He won a champs in Class 3, and we were rivals at Knox. He was in Forbes Dennis House, I think it was. I was in Webster. And the biggest conversations about any sports day at Knox during the time we were there was whether or not he would beat me or I would beat him. Right? He beat me twice, I beat him once. And we have our fourth race, but I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I don't think we can pop on this camp. Yeah, we're too old now. But that was, I remember at the time, it's one of the first time we actually started to really understand the gravity of what rivalries mean. Because I used to, when I just went to Knox from the Carteret, I was winning everything. I never lost a race that entire year.
Sure.
And the next year, Melville came up from Class 3 to Class 2. And his first race we raced, he beat me and beat me comfortably too. And then the next time we raced, I edged him at the line. And then the third time he beat me. And I remember the last time we met, the unfortunate thing about the last time we met was that the day before, I twisted my knee and it was swollen like this. I had to ice it whole night. And in the morning, the swelling reduced, but I couldn't generate any power at all when I'm sprinting. So you put on your foot and you literally feel the pain shoot through your knee. So I end up finishing last in that 100 on that day. And Melville won comfortably. And people are laughing and saying, "Yeah, Melville, no shoot, that's hurting." And I'm like, yeah, but you know, my knee, but nobody really cares about that. But the fact is that the fact that people were so engaged by that rivalry was what made that sports day such a significant thing. And people, listen, up to there, I went to a funeral. And there was a guy at the funeral who was still talking about that race. 40 odd years later? You know what I'm talking about? So these are the things that make sports.
Injury report.
You know? So, you know, it's crazy. No, man, I really did twist my knee. I was playing ball and I stood on the ball and tried to turn. And the ball rolled from under my foot and twisted. I twisted my knee, rotated completely around.
Day before the big race, come on.
No, but the thing about it, you're not thinking when you're a teen. You're not
made up lies.
You're not thinking about anything. You go there and play some ball because in the community where we lived, I had 3 friends that lived within close. It's like a close community called Kyle for those who are living in Spalding and know. And we used to play. There was a strip of road between our houses. So what we used to do is put up two rocks per one end and 2 rocks and we played ball along that strip of the road. And it was a Sunday because the sports day was on the Monday. And we just go down and play some ball.
It do happen.
Yeah, and then the next thing you know what? Look at Andre. Look at Van Niekerk when he was playing tag rugby and blow him knee. These things happen. It's just that you're not thinking about the possibility of an injury. You're just going there having fun. But back to the original point, the rivalries. I always like the idea that any sport that you engage in has to have a rivalry that tops everything else. It keeps interest in the sport. It makes fans really engaged, because you like one athlete for a particular reason, you like another athlete for a particular reason, and so you have these camps, and then the camps are rooting for each, and it to me it's fantastic. The energy around it is really great. I don't like when it gets physical.
Mm-hmm.
You see some of that in football, and you see some of that even in cricket.
It gets violent.
Yeah, it gets too violent. So,
Yeah,
but
man.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just literally
The
competition.
friendly rivalry.
Going out there to beat somebody at what you do best, and that's what makes it great for me.
Mm-hmm.
So the numbers to call 930-6371 to 4. We have a few minutes left before we sign off for today. And
so William never answered the question.
Oh yeah, William never answered my question. Thank you so much.
Sorry, remind me of the question. Sorry.
The question was, if our athletes say they medal tomorrow, how would that influence the team going forward? Will it lift them, or will it be the same, or what do you think will happen?
No, I don't think much would change if we medal tomorrow. I think a lot of our athletes are already confident, and I think we already can predict many of the medals that we would have gotten or will get beforehand. It's nice to have the momentum, and momentum is infectious, but under the circumstances, I don't think much would change if we start to get the medals tomorrow. I think it would just confirm what we have been suspecting going into the championships before.
And here is why I disagree with both of you. I remember I've said this publicly many times. I remember back in 2008, I had a conversation with Millennium Walker when they came back from Beijing.
Mm-hmm.
And what she said was, usually we tend to yield to the Americans in terms of our mentals, in terms of their confidence as opposed to ours lack thereof. She said, when you see in 100 in Beijing and set the world record in the manner in which he did, it gave everybody in the team that belief that we could go out there and do the same. And I think we got that year 6 gold medals. I think it was that year.
Yeah,
2008. Yeah. She said because even though Shelley did win before Bolt, it was Bolt who brought that belief into the camp in a big way. And the reason why I ask is because we've had these unfortunate situations so far. Megan Tapper's injury, the poor performance of the mixed relays, wherein there might be some, spirits in the camp that are a little bit diminished right now. And what happens is that you get a victory and it changes the entire mood of the camp. And the energy then changes.
That happens,
I think it will happen, but I think the only mishap or the only thing that we were not expecting is Megan's injury. But as far as the mixed relay, I really don't think we were looking to get a gold medal. I don't think the team was looking to say a gold medal or not. I think tomorrow now, as you said, should set the pace. And I think we're going to be victorious. I think we're going to get a gold medal tomorrow for sure with Kishane. And so that will then lead everything, I guess, are set up for the right mood. Or it can say if we don't get what we want, person will say, well, I will be that first person to go out there and do it. I think it can set the mood. Something negative or something positive can set the mood for your camp. But again, people are individuals and they're not looking at necessarily what you have done to say this is the same thing that's going to happen to me as an athlete. And so it could be, it could go both ways. It depends on how the team take on the negative vibes or the positive vibes from whoever is competing to set that goal or set that up for them for that to continue. So I think it could work either way.
I have a call on the line. Wayne, good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, morning.
Morning.
I thought it was the Talk of Youth program, though,
Oh, my bad.
Are you a young man?
Well, I'm a youth.
That's obvious.
Talk up.
So talk up.
I was just calling.
Well, we only have one youth, and that's with.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, say what you're saying.
No, I was going to pick up the program because Nationwide is one of the best stations in Jamaica, you know?
Well, thank you so much for that as well.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Totally appreciate it.
Hello?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yeah, I'm single and I would like to find a single lady, you know?
Oh, you're trying to find a single lady? If there are any single ladies out there field this morning, Wayne is very much interested. I don't know how they're going to get in touch with you, Wayne, but
leave your number with the producers.
You can leave your number with the producers, I suppose, and then they'll get in touch with you. But thank you so much for your call this morning, and of course, I'm looking forward to hearing more. Next time you call, give us some feedback from the World Championships and tell us what you're thinking, huh?
All right.
Okay, so that's Wayne, and of course, that's it for us this morning. We're out of time, so let's go. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I'm hoping that everything goes according to plan tomorrow, which is tonight our time.
And as you said that, Sir Leighton, a championship with the little experience that I've had over 40 odd years, little experience, it never normally goes like how you want it. You lose an area and you pick up in an area that you were not expecting anything. So we just keep our fingers crossed and hope that things go as planned, eh?
All right. So tonight, just to give you a sense of when we come back later on this evening at 6 o'clock, we have the women's marathon final, the women's hammer throw qualification group A. I think that's women, of course. We have
with the hammer,
Nayoka Clunis.
Yeah.
In that, the men's 1500 meter heats and the women's hammer throw qualification group B. And then we take a break until Sunday morning at 4:35 a.m. where we have the men's 400 meters and end the day with the 100 meter finals at 10:20 p.m. tomorrow.
And we also have the 400 heats in between,
well.
male and female.
Yeah, but we'll provide more information about that later on, of course. But on behalf of Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn, Mrs. Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn, Coach Michael Carr, Alric Swaby, and the production team, this is Leighton Levy saying see you later here from our live commentary on the World Athletic Championships in Tokyo, Japan. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
You've just heard Nationwide's live coverage of the 2025 World Championships in Tokyo, Japan.
Pharmacy, your friendly community pharmacy located at Main Street, Chapelton, is the place for all your prescription and over-the-counter drugs. They also offer blood pressure and blood sugar checks at a minimal cost. All major health cards are accepted and discretionary discounts are available. Get all your household and gift items for all occasions at very reasonable prices. Open Mondays to Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Gold Line Pharmacy. Their first responsibility is serving their customers. Telephone 876-785-0128.
Listen to Nationwide 90 FM on 90.1,
90.3,
90.7,
90.9.
or visit our Flow channel on a 916. To our valued listeners, for questions, comments, or concerns about our programs, email us at programs@nationwidenewsnetwork.com.
The station that rules the nation.
It's Nationwide 90 FM on your radio.
the sky. Children of the sky. Look inside, you find a deeper love. The kind that only comes from high above. If you ever meet your inner child, don't cry, no. Tell them everything is gonna be alright. World, hold on, come on. Everybody in the universe, world, hold on. One day you will have to answer to the children of the sky. Children of the sky. Alright. Love, don't take no for an answer, no. Alright. Right here. Spread love. Everybody join together now. One voice, one heart, love and unity. Everybody say.
Anybody help me? I'm out of plan. Guess I left my world in somebody's hands. I don't like to hurt much, but everyone gets weak. Someone to rely on. It's what I really need. Now here we stand with all that we're worth. I've been through the pain and been dragged through the dirt. Wherever they tell you we're bigger than words. I've been where you're standing, I know how it hurts. Let this be a song now and this be a day. If we stand together, then we'll be okay. 'Cause we're survivors, we're making it work. Expecting the best when they hope for the worst. This is the way we found. Even though they'll let you down. No, nobody's perfect now. Don't let them hold you down. Let's stick together now. We got to stand our ground. It's easy to believe in one love. Believe in you, be one love. Now I could try and fix this all by myself.